will go up against Charlie Manuel's potent Phillies offense. Our Toyota starting lineups: Rollins, Victorino, and Utley, the three in front of Ryan Howard, who's been red hot against the Braves. Worth, Ibanez, Feliz, Baco, and Lee rounding out the lineup. And they will go up against Tommy Hanson, who has been so good.
His last 8 starts have been brilliant. His last 2, no runs allowed whatsoever. The only loss during that stretch was that rain-shortened 2-inning stint at Philadelphia. His 4 keys to pitching success today: he's going to have to just say no to Ryan Howard. He's tearing the Braves up. And stay confident. He's been pitching with a lot of confidence. Hang on to that today against this potent offense and pitch like you've been pitching.
So Hanson ready to go as Rollins climbs in. And the first pitch of the game from Tommy. And that's in there. Tim Welke behind the plate. 76 degrees at game time. Very humid. Check swing, went too far. 0-2. That nasty slider, Joe.
Can't lay off. The left-handers have it bite down and into them, and it's hard to stop your swing.
Got him on 3 pitches. That was the curve and a strikeout. 1 away before Victorino hits. Here's the defense for the Braves. Anderson, McLeod, Diaz in the outfield. And third to first, Jones, Infante, Conrad, and Prado. Escobar and LaRoche sitting it out because of injuries, as Hanson will work with Ross. Adam out with a bad back. Unell, that left elbow he got plunked on last night, is still bothering him. So Infante at short. Brooks Conrad getting the call at second. And Prado shifting over to first. Here's Victorino at the plate. And laces a base hit into right field. So he jumps on the first pitch.
He's been swinging the bat pretty well, but he's been feeling bad. He's had a bad stomach. Took himself out of the game on Thursday. Didn't play here Friday or last night except a pinch hit. And comes out with a bang today. He was only 10 for 62 against Atlanta for the season. A 161 average before that hit.
And now it's Chase Utley. Utley with outstanding numbers as per usual. The 31 homers he's knocked in, 90, and the on base in the top 10 in the National League.
A lot of speed in their lineup and a lot of success stealing bases in their lineup. 1 through 7 today. Those guys have stolen 98 total bases, only been caught 19 times.
Yeah, again, it's not just a team that steals it for quantity. They do it at a high percentage rate, little over 80%. And that's tremendous. Rain starting to fall. The umbrellas popping out here at Turner Field. The 0-1 misses and the count even.
Well, Tommy Hanson was visibly upset in Philadelphia when he started that game and had a delay. Brought the tarp out just briefly, had another delay. He'd given up a home run to Howard. That was the only run he allowed in 2 innings, but it cost him the decision.
Yeah, there was a delay, after an inning, and then they took the tarp off the field for about 7 minutes.
Yeah, something like that.
And then put it back on, and he couldn't come back out. And how's that for a happy 23rd birthday? Behind Utley here, 2-1. And Tommy to the plate. Howard lurking in the on-deck circle. One of the things to watch for in this matchup, Tommy's pitched well everywhere against pretty much everyone, especially in the second half. But his splits are drastic. He does give up more to lefties than he does to righties by a lot. Runner goes, swing and a miss. And now they're going to say that Victorino's got to go back to first because on the follow-through, Utley's backswing knocked the ball out of Ross's glove.
I don't know who Victorino's waving at or making a motion at. Tim Welke's quickly stopping Charlie Manuel coming out of the dugout, explaining to him what happened right there. You know what? I'm not sure the ball was already out of the glove, wasn't it? Hard to tell, but the bat did make contact with the glove, and that was good enough. So a break. Victorino has to try again.
So now 3-2. And he's going again. And that one fouled off at the plate. They'll do it again.
Got a huge jump there.
Victorino stolen 23 of 30.
Here's an overhead view of that follow through. David trying to take the ball out of the glove.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I don't know either, but again, a break.
He may have hit the glove, but I think your point that the ball was already out. Hit it on the head. Victorino goes. Strike three. Throw to second. Got him. Strike him out. Throw him out. Double play, and that's the inning.
Wow, I can't believe he didn't get thrown out of the game for throwing his helmet down. Now he's thrown out. Chad Fairchild just ran him.
Stalking around in that Phillies dugout. He's been thrown out of the game. Take a look at the pitch first that got Utley. Did not look like a strike.
No, it looked like it never got the plate, and he was about to throw his bat away to walk. And the tag on the knee of Victorino looked a little high. Looked like he got his foot in there, so really a couple of breaks for Atlanta. Victorino immediately threw his helmet down, which I thought was cause for ejection right there. But it was a little bit later after some jawing with Chad Fairchild that he finally ejected him right there. Charlie Manuel argued forever out at second base, and it'll be Ben Francisco that goes into play in center field.
Now, to be honest, that looked like two bad calls.
It did.
So it'll be Cliff Lee on the mound. There's Ben Francisco out there in center. And our Toyota starting lineups for the Braves. McLeod, Prado, and Jones in front of Matt Diaz. Wow, has he been hot. And especially so against the Phillies. The lineup will face the lefty Cliff Lee, and McLouth rolls one right side. Utley gets rid of it in a hurry, and McLouth retired on one pitch.
Cliff Lee, 6'3", 190 out of Benton, Arkansas. He's in his 6th year in the big leagues. First 5 starts with the Phillies, lights out. And then the Braves beat him, and it's been a little bit of a struggle for him since then, except for his last start. A 9-inning complete game shutout against Washington. His keys to success, he has revenge after that loss to Atlanta. That was on August 29th, and his road dominance pretty clear. He's 8-4 on the road this year. That's pretty impressive.
So here's Prado, 9 for his last 16.
Cliff Lee, a 4-pitch pitcher. He can run his fastball up there 93, 94 if he needs to, but he's usually more in the 91, 92 range. Good curveball.
A liner spanked into center as Francisco goes over to cut it off. Prado trying for 2, and he's in. Francisco a little slow getting over there, and Martin running hard the whole way.
Slow getting over there, Boog, because he was late getting out there. Charlie Manuel argued so long nobody was warming up to go into center field forever. And as Lee was completing his warm-ups, the throw in down to second, there was no one out there to play center field. So he wasn't loose. He was slow getting to this ball, and Prado took advantage of it.
So now Lee's going to have to deal with Chipper Jones. And Chipper spoils that one out of play first base side.
Chipper was 1 for 3 with a walk last night, Boog, but really put some good swings on the ball. Throwing some top hand on his swing, getting the barrel of the bat out there a little quicker.
Out to Rollins, who backhands and throws out Chipper. So 2 down. And now it'll be a man in scoring position for Matt Diaz. No score, just getting started. Teams have split the first 2 games of this 3-game set. And after this one, the Braves hit the road. 3 in New York, 3 in Washington. Atlanta trying to come up with win number 80 here today. Matt Diaz coming out of his shoes on that one.
That's just a swing to let the Phillies know he's in the game.
I mean, it's like at the end of that swing, he was literally walking. That is roped into center field. Francisco up with it. Here comes Prado. Throw to the plate is cut off. And now they'll run at Diaz. And Howard misses him. And we got ourselves some running bases. Drops the ball. Diaz is safe. Oh, baby.
Work him, Matty. Wear him down. Howard misses the barehanded tag here. And then it's Keystone Cops time. Rollins missing the throw with Diaz right in his face. Base hit, RBI, and wearing down the Phillies in the first inning.
Joe, give me your thoughts. 2 fundamental issues on that play. 1, I didn't think Howard should have cut that throw. But the other thing is that on that rundown, once Rollins makes the catch and the throw back, he's supposed to peel out of there.
Well, and also, why did he give it up so fast to get Utley to run him back to second? You know, you always like to run the runner back to the base from where he came. And as soon as Howard threw the ball to Rollins, he immediately gave it back up to Utley over at first. That was kind of odd. Be nice to pick up an extra run because of it. And Garrett Anderson up there right now, 3 for 3 off of Lee in Philadelphia and 10 for 20 in his career.
So Garrett looking to continue that role. Here's a throw from center field. Take another look.
That was right on line. I don't know if they'd have gotten it, but it was right on line. And now watch here. Howard gives the ball to Rollins, who immediately throws it back to Utley. I mean, that was where they made their mistake.
Yep. A little flare. Rollins backpedaling. He's got it. And that's the inning. But the Braves jump on top. Matt Diaz. Who else delivers the first run of the game? 1-zip. And Ryan Howard to lead it off. He is the subject of our Lincoln player profile. And why not? Red hot against the Braves.
He's just killing the Braves. And for the season, 8 homers and 16 RBIs. All the homers in the last 8 games, as you see.
Tommy Hanson back to work. Ryan Howard killing the Braves, not a new phenomenon. Last year, hit .352, 7 homers, 24 knocked in against Atlanta. Chases after that. The only guy in baseball that had more RBIs against a single team was Carlos Pena against the Orioles last season. So he's kind of continued that trend. Right there, got him looking.
Pitching him in, love it. Tie him up inside. All of this work away from him where he's just been killing the Braves. This at bat, they stay in on him and it pays off. He does not like the ball in on him. Good pitch.
So Hanson has already struck out 3, and now it's Jason Worth.
Tommy's last start against New York, he gave up only 3 hits, and only 1 of those in the first 5 innings.
Even up now. Jason Worth, former first-round pick of the Orioles. Pat Gillick was the guy that drafted him. He was the GM of the Orioles when they picked him in the first round. And it's interesting because Pat Gillick as well connected to Raul Ibanez, who's their left fielder, knowing Ibanez from Seattle.
That's not a surprise when general managers change jobs, go to different organizations. What better team to make deals with or to acquire players from than one you're familiar with? Dayton Moore did the same thing when he went to Kansas City. One of his first acquisitions was Tony Pena, the shortstop out of the Braves system.
3-2 now on Worth as Ibanez waits to hit next. Worth has had a tremendous season at All-Star this year for the first time. And the count full. Tommy fires. And that's the first walk of the afternoon issued by the 23-year-old.
No surprise there with the way Worth likes to work the count.
Braves up 1-0, and with a man aboard and one down, it's Ibanez at the plate. 37 years old. He's had a really good season, although it's kind of been split between the time before he went on the DL and since then.
Yeah, you've heard of contracts being back-loaded or front-loaded. He definitely has a front-loaded season in terms of his numbers. Braves have done a great job by and large all year long against this potent offense. Rollins and Victorino both hitting combined in the 150s. Ibanez at 180. Worth 222. The guys who've done the damage are Utley and Howard consistently.
High in the air for Garrett Anderson. And he puts the squeeze on that one. 2 down.
I can tell you who doesn't mind a day like today, even though it's been raining cats and dogs around here for a week. The outfielders are not going to complain about a little cloud cover on a day game. Makes fly balls a little bit easier.
Pedro Feliz now. Pitch out, nothing happening. Worth has swiped 13 of 16. In the air, shallow center. Conrad out. McLouth in. And Nate makes the grab. Tommy pitches around the 1-out walk midway in the second. It's 1-0.
Out tomorrow night when the Braves hit the road and take on the New York Mets. Coverage begins at 6:30 with Braves Live. The Braves on Sports South. This is our team. And that will be Derek Lowe against Pat Mish.
Our Airtran road schedule, then Jurgens and Figueroa, Hudson and Pelfrey will wrap up the series. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Braves Live gets it going at 6:30 for each of those games.
All right, you got a 1-0 lead. Now you got to add on.
It'll be Infante, then Ross, and then Conrad.
Phillies lead the league in homers and in runs. At some point, you just figure they're going to nail one.
That one nailed to center, but Francisco is there.
So you got to score a few runs to try to make sure that it covers up anything they might pull off like they did last night in the 9th inning. How about that American League Central, buddy?
Unbelievable.
How about those Minnesota Twinkies?
Just will not go away.
Wow. Good for them.
Lead is down to 2. No Santana. I think everybody thought Francisco Liriano would be a huge factor for them. Hasn't been. And yet here are the Twins, 2 back.
Beat Verlander yesterday.
Ball to strike to Ross. Just as an aside, though, the Central is an example of where I don't buy into the hype of the American League being that much better than the National League. I think if you put the Braves or the Phillies or the Marlins in the AL Central, ripped to left, and Ross has himself a base hit, they'd be right there with those teams. I think the real distinction between the leagues is about the American League East, and maybe you'd argue about the Angels too. But I don't think there's anything particularly special about the American League Central.
And this year the American League East is a little off in Tampa Bay, kind of slipping back to their old ways. I'll give you the Yankees and Red Sox, but beyond that, the AL East is very normal too.
So here's Brooks Conrad, the switch hitter. When LaRoche couldn't go, Brooks got the call to play second. Prado shifted to first.
I was talking to some scouts about Brooks Conrad before the game today, and I was commenting about how much I like his swing and how he seems to barrel up a lot of pitches, and they were agreeing on his short, compact swing and how that facilitates good contact. Paul Bacco noticed something right away. Hustled out to the mound.
Paul Bacco, the veteran, caught for the Braves in 2000 and 2001. And he's caught for 11 different big league teams.
He struck out 9 in his complete game shutout of Washington on the 15th.
Cy Young winner last year in the AL. And Conrad down on strikes. There's that big curveball, 2 away.
Cannot give up on that pitch. I know it looks like a big old hanging curveball almost. It's not going to come down, but it does, and did there.
Ross at first, 2 down. And Tommy hits a bouncer up the middle. Utley will do it himself, and that's the inning. We played 2 at Turner Field, and the Braves lead it 1-0. Brought to you in part by Georgia Power, by your local Ford dealers, by AT&T, and by the Georgia Lottery. Back here at Turner Field, the VCast Music with Rhapsody Know Your Music inning from Verizon Wireless. What Braves player enjoys listening to all his favorite Los Van Van songs on his wireless phone? Stick around, we'll tell you in the third.
Gonna have to help me out there, buddy.
I'm going to go ahead and say Chipper Jones.
What kind of music?
Not sure.
Oh.
Here's Paul Bacco. In the air center field, 1 pitch and 1 out.
Not getting a whole lot of help from the truck either.
No.
Cuban salsa band. Los Van Van.
Our music and trivia expert Gretchen Caney helping out.
Fluent in her Spanish, she might add.
No question. Cliff Lee up here hitting .259 as a member of the Phillies.
He's working fast,
I was
too.
just about to say. And firing strikes. A little cutter or slider, 1 and 2.
It's going to make your defense that much sharper when you work fast.
Tommy, a former 22nd round pick at a junior college in 2005. Waited almost a year to sign him. I believe he was signed to go to Arizona State if he was not going to sign with the Braves.
Out of Riverside Community College. Think how many players are signed to letters of intent that colleges think, boy, if he doesn't sign, we're going to be looking pretty. And there's so many of them that get close and then right at the deadline wind up signing pro contracts and In some cases, the colleges are left hanging.
Fly ball right field. Conrad out. And over his shoulder makes the catch in front of Matt Diaz. Nice play by Brooks.
That was a nice play. I'm not sure why Matt was playing so far off the line. Left-handed hitting pitcher, okay, I get that, but he was very deep. You don't expect Lee to pull the ball on Hansen, but man, he was very deep. So excellent play by Conrad to cover that ground.
2 down, and it's Jimmy Rollins. We were talking a week or two ago about the type of hitters that are difficult for third baseman to play against, and we talked about a guy like Craig Biggio. This guy would fit into the mold. And we saw a play last night where Chipper Jones is in on the grass because he's got to honor bunt. And Jimmy Rollins hits a slicing rocket towards the line.
Smoked it. Chipper made the catch. In fact, his first 2 at-bats, Jimmy hit rockets. Diving catch by Prado on the first pitch of the game. And then the next time up, that shot to Chipper.
Hansen's fallen behind 3-0. Braves lead in a Diaz RBI single in the first. Jimmy Rollins hit that ball last night, and Chipper with good reflexes.
And you don't have much time to react when you're that far in on the grass.
Ball 4. So Rollins will take his base. Rare walk for Jimmy Rollins, whose on base percentage coming in was just .291. Well, time now for a money and energy saving bright idea from Georgia Power. Caulk and weather strip around windows and doors to save money and energy. Go to georgiapower.com for more energy saving tips. Georgia Power, a Southern company.
These days wouldn't hurt to have a sponge around your threshold of your door either.
Ben Francisco here taking strike 1. Shane Victorino started in center, singled, was thrown out trying to steal second, and then was thrown out of the game for arguing the call. Replays appeared to show him safe. Now, you told me that the weather is actually going to follow us.
Yeah, forecast in New York's not very good. I think it's okay tomorrow, and then deteriorates Tuesday and Wednesday. For Victorino to get thrown out on a play like that, and while he may have had just cause to argue that early in the ball game, that's not going to make his manager any too happy that he's out of the game in the first inning.
Well, Charlie kind of barked at him because he was getting very aggressive.
Yeah, yeah, and the umpire even was telling Chad Fairchild was telling Charlie, get him out of here.
0-2 now. Pitch out, snap throw, first base, and Prado dropped the ball.
That was nice.
You don't see that very often.
No.
Jimmy just giving him a little bit of help. Hey, his hand was on the base.
Ball kind of trickled out of Prado's glove. Jimmy's just here.
Runner goes. That one drilled right center field. Diaz racing. Matt out there can't get it. It'll bounce off the wall. Rollins in to score. And Ben Francisco an RBI double. We're tied up.
What a series he's having. He played Friday night. Had a single, double, and a homer. Last night 1 for 5. And now comes through with a game-tying double in his first at-bat when he wasn't even supposed to be playing and almost hit it out of the yard.
Stayed back nicely.
Pretty nice addition to the trade. Cliff Lee and Ben Francisco from the Indians. Rollins was running on the play and made it real easy for him. Snapped a scoreless streak of 19 2/3 for Tommy. Let's go back to Rollins at bat, though, Boog. 2 outs, 2 fly ball outs. Fell behind Jimmy 3-0. Okay. Threw a strike, 3-1, and then a 3-1 breaking ball for ball 4. I know his stuff's been good and everything's been working, but 3-1 curveball for ball 4.
No, I mean, I think you want to see him attack everybody, but especially the non-Utley Howard hitters.
And especially because of the way the Braves have handled Rollins this year. They're in his head a little bit. And you know he'll swing the bat if it's anything close.
Big, slow breaking ball.
And many times it's not so much the call as it is the execution. And I'm sure that was one of the things David Ross was counting on, because he's had a good breaking ball. But with 2 out, nobody on, I think maybe a little more aggressive approach would have been better.
Got him swinging. Utley down on strikes for the 2nd time. Tommy has struck out 4, but the Phillies get the equalizer. Bucks to fan us for a few innings, huh?
Uh-huh.
Our VCast Music with Rhapsody. Know your music getting from Verizon Wireless, who listens to Los Van on his wireless phone. As Nate McLeod takes a strike. That's what we asked. Vladimir Nunez. Nooney's got the headphones on all the time. Two and one now to.
You know, Boog, Pete used to have one of those that he used for hot summer days. I bet it's still around here somewhere, unless he took it home with him.
You think he took it home?
I just know he had one because I used to have to hold it.
Here's a 2-2 to McLeod. Bouncer to the right side. And Utley able to throw out Nate McLeod.
Chase a little shaky on some throws, isn't he?
I would say. Folks, the Braves are now accepting deposits for new season ticket accounts for the 2010 season. Get the first chance at the best available seat locations by placing your deposit today. 404-577-9100 or Braves.com/deposits. Prado would double to left center field, a hustle double his first time up, and now 10 for 17. He has just pounded Phillies pitching this year.
And his hustle helped produce that run, because if he lays back and takes the single, Chipper grounds into a double play right after.
Good point.
Great work against this ball club. 3 of his 10 homers. Everybody wishes they could figure out what it is teams do or don't do against you that you wear them out, and you can't carry that same type of swing in against other ball clubs that you might struggle against. It's just kind of a weird, freaky deal.
Outside corner, Prado rung up.
That's the same breaking ball he threw Brooks Conrad. You tend to give up on it. I think that one was a little wider of the plate than Brooks's. I'm with you, Martine. I wasn't sure about that one.
Here's Chipper. A rocket to left. Well hit to the corner, off the wall. And Chipper's going to have a double as Ibanez retrieves it. Good to see.
It's been a while since he's had some extra base hits, but look at the top hand thrown on that swing, Boog. And it was a good level cut. He wasn't trying to lift it. A little air under that, and it's probably out of here.
Only his 3rd extra base hit in the last 29 games. Now let's see if Matt Diaz can do it again. An RBI single his first time. On a bounce where Rollins collects it and throws him out. So Lee able to pitch around. Chipper's 2-out double. Aflac trivia question time. Who was the last Braves rookie to finish with an ERA under 3, minimum 100 innings pitched?
shift on for Howard. Good hook to start him. I don't know. Do we go back to Kevin Millwood on that deal? Wow.
Ryan Howard looking down at Bill Welke saying, what are you doing?
Tim Welke said, Brother Bill, did he go? Yeah, he did.
No.
I'm just telling you what Bill said.
The Oats.
Ryan Howard, through the first 9 games of the year against Atlanta, drove in only 2 runs. He's driven in 14 in the last 7.
All right, I'm not endorsing, but does he have a chance to get in the mix for MVP?
Yes, he does. He'll probably be in the top 3 as the rain starts again. And trying to stay in on him again. Sun comes out and it starts raining again.
Go figure. Right off of Ross Mask, and it's 3-2.
Howard crowds the plate, but only with his back foot. His front foot is open.
Inside again, and he struck him out.
Love it. Not letting him get those big arms extended. He doesn't like it in there. Checked his swing. The ball came back again. 2 outstanding strikeout pitches to Ryan Howard. Beauties.
One down, base is clear, and it's Worth. And there's strike 1. Tim Welke's got a big BIG zone today. It looked like the same pitch.
Yeah, it did.
Tommy coming off 7 shutout innings against the Mets.
Cincinnati 4-0 over Florida in the 5th. They've been doing that to Florida every night, but can't hold on to the lead. Good matchup in Arizona today. Heron and Ubaldo Jimenez.
See if Dan Heron can help the Braves out. The 3-1. And now it's filled up. Tommy Hanson has struck out 5 here today. Got a chance to make it 6 right here. Ibanez waiting to hit. Payoff pitch.
After today, the Braves become big Phillies fans. They go down south and play the Marlins, but they don't play tomorrow night. It was scheduled to start. Their series was scheduled to start tomorrow night, but because of the NFL's choice of Monday Night Football, instead there will be a night off for the baseball teams, and then they'll play a doubleheader Tuesday. There's a kicker to that. To allow time for the grounds crew to reconfigure the stadium, the doubleheader on Tuesday won't start till 4 o'clock. Well, here's Worth again. Fouling off pitches, fouling off pitches. He's among the league leaders in most pitches seen per at bat.
I believe he's #1 in the majors.
He struck out a lot, 139. That's second on their team to Howard. But he's also walked 79 times. On base percentage of .374, very good.
So 3-2. We'll see what they go with here. I don't think, I mean, I understand that. Let me start over. I think that seeing a lot of pitches per plate appearance is a skill. I think. I don't see any reason why Jason Worth should be walking more than Ryan Howard. That should not happen, in my opinion. Too high, and that's ball 4. I mean, just from a fear factor, you would think that Ryan Howard's just going to get pitched around, whereas, yeah, Jason Worth does see almost 4.5 pitches per plate appearance. That is #1 in the majors, the most pitches per plate appearance. So his is approach, but I mean, Ryan Howard's got to be walking more than 70 times.
You would think, but there might be at bats a lot like what we've seen from Worth today, where he's fouled off a lot of pitches and then gets to 3-2, and you're trying to trick him just to get rid of him, and all of a sudden it's wide and you've walked him.
Yeah, I mean it really more as it relates to Ryan as opposed to Jason.
You would think that that would be the case.
I mean, 69 walks for Ryan Howard.
Jason Worth has turned himself into a very good Major League Baseball player. And I shouldn't say turned himself into. He's a very good athlete, but he's had to overcome that real bad wrist injury, and I think has become better than most people thought he would be.
See that big brace he's got on that left wrist? He was a release, straight up released by the Dodgers. Anyone could have had him a couple of years ago after that 06 season. Speed, power, defense.
Yeah, he's got it all. And it's always impressive when you see a player have the incremental improvement in his numbers like that. Tommy's fallen off those last 2 breaking balls, kind of pulled away toward the first base sides. Front shoulder flew open.
Hey, remember, they signed Jeff Jenkins last year before last season, and they were going to kind of work a platoon, and Jenkins basically found himself on the bench, and then they released him this year, and they ate $8 million.
Sure did. And to my knowledge, Jenkins didn't re-sign with anyone.
2-1 to Ibanez. A 1-1 game. We're in the 4th. Worth goes, and it's ripped foul. Huge jump.
They're going to get big jumps on Tommy because he is slow to the plate. His only defense is to throw to first and hold the runners a little bit, but his delivery to home is slow. Davey Lopes at first base with a stopwatch over there. An excellent base running coach, but he's been timing Tommy. It's only the second time they've seen him pitch. And he's timing him on from his stretch to his release.
Wow, huge jump. And the throw down to second, not nearly in time. And Worth with his 14th stolen base.
Great jump as soon as that knee bent to pick it up. Pick up his front leg. Almost 5 steps for a long-legged runner like Worth. That's a huge jump. No chance for David Ross.
Let me ask you this. When you played the stolen base, did they put it together essentially like a math equation the way they do now? In the air, left field, pretty well hit. Anderson back some more, off the top of the wall. Worth around third, heading to the plate. Throw to the dish is too late, and it's an RBI double the other way. Ibanez puts the Phillies on top.
That ball carried a lot farther than I thought it was going to go, Boog. 87th RBI for Ibanez, and he went with that pitch. Hit right in the middle of the wall. Garrett got to it quickly and got it in real fast. Infante, and surprisingly, Worth didn't even slide, but too late to get him. Stolen base pays off. I would say there was a lot of attention paid to catcher's time to second, Boog. Their catch and release.
Liner center field, and it'll fall for a hit. Ibanez around third. He'll come in to score, and the Phillies lead it 3-1. Phillies with his 70th RBI of the year.
Right off the end of the bat. If he hits it a little harder, it might stay in the air for McLeod to run under it, or at the very least get to it in time to make a throw.
Good read by Ibanez. Yeah, with a man at first and one out, here's Baco. Yeah, when I say math equation, I mean essentially what teams do is they're timing the pitcher to the plate. As soon as he starts to the time it touches the catcher's mitt, what's the time? And then basically you add it to what you get catcher from the time it touches his glove to the time he throws down to second. Now, it's not going to be the same every time.
But you get an average.
And then you know what your runner can run with a lead down there. So to put it all together, if the pitcher is 1-3-5 to the plate and the catcher is 2 to second base, 3.5 seconds, can your runner get to second in under 3.5 seconds? Broken bat flare, and Conrad can't get it. That falls for a hit, and now it's starting to rain.
Again, a walk started the whole thing, and then 3 straight hits, and Roger McDowell out to talk to Tommy Hanson. I think there was so much more focus from a stolen base perspective, Boog, on pitchers' moves, trying to pick up what was the first movement a guy had, watching his left heel, if he's a right-handed pitcher, the back of his knee, his front shoulder. There were all kinds of places to look on different guys to get the best jump. And you knew some guys were quick to the plate. You didn't know what their time was, I don't think, in those days.
Not as many guys use the slide step, though, then, correct?
No.
Roger McDowell has had his say. The Braves behind by 2. Tommy's had to work hard. 71 total pitches, 26 this inning. Still only 1 out. And the pitcher at the dish. Chipper and Prado inside the bases at the corners. Throw down to second. Oh, they got him. Tag the Phillies. And great work by David Ross.
Wow, was that quick? Put a clock on that. Man. Feliz had no shot whatsoever. That helps.
I think we saw from the moment David Ross put on a Braves uniform, not scared to throw to bases. Very aggressive.
The Phillies have, for all our compliments to them with their base stealing percentages, they've made some bonehead plays in this series. Ben Francisco thrown out after a leadoff double with Utley and Howard batting behind him. Thrown out trying to steal third. Ryan Howard thrown out trying to steal third. And now a pickoff that helps shorten the inning.
Lee down on strikes, but the Phillies get 2 and lead it 3-1. The bottom of the 4th, and the Phillies lead this one 3-1. John Sciambi and Joe Simpson with you on a soggy Sunday afternoon. Aflac trivia question. The last Braves rookie to finish the season with an ERA under 3.
Steve Bedrosian.
Bedrock.
You going with me?
Sure. All right. What I'm talking about. Glad you could carry me aboard, partner. I like that poncho right there with the old school Braves logo.
All right, got to get him back.
Garrett Anderson popped to short his first time. This guy's 11 hits shy of 2,500. I would say that if he wants to, he probably could get 3,000 hits. He's 37 years old. He'd have to go back to the American League to do it, and probably have to go back to the American League next year, just so he could maximize his ABs. But, I mean, Joe, if he played till he was 41...
Yeah, he could do it. I mean, he's swinging the bat great.
Can still turn on that fastball.
Yeah.
Lee ahead of him, though, 1-2. That is roped center field. Francisco is there. Can't hit it a lot better than that.
No. I think we're just going to have to play on through some of these little drizzly showers that pass through, Boog. I think that's what we have to deal with all day.
It's a good point, Joe, and I think even a better point since we're covered.
Yes. So broadcast on, Harry man.
Oh, the old school Phillies. Remember those, the powder blue?
Loved them.
They were great.
The red was a little different then, too. A little more maroon.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was your team.
Yeah, that was my team. The 80 Phillies. The away unis were that color, but they had actually a unique feature. They were zip-up fronts.
Good call. Yep. But a lot of teams that wore powder blue road unis in those days. Cardinals even did. Braves had their own powder blue. The Royals, the Mariners.
Wow. Good call. Yeah. Left curve up 2-2. Omar starting at shortstop. Yunel Escobar sitting it out. That sore left elbow after being hit last night. Left field. Ibanez back some more, and makes the grab through the raindrops. 2 away.
Just don't want Cliff Lee to get comfortable. They did not allow him to be comfortable in the first start he made against the Braves. He only had one 1-2-3 inning. And so far today, they've had at least one hit in every inning against him. And so far, Tim Welke has been willing to call that big, slow curveball, and that's to his advantage, too.
Yeah, it's been a big zone. It's been a pitcher zone today. And ball 1 to David Ross, who laced a single to left field his first time. David Ross with 7 home runs at 121 at-bats. And another base hit into left field. He's 2 for 2.
And the rain may be falling heavier right now than it has all day, at least since the game started.
Very tired of the rain, Joe.
Laser Baker showing me his radar on his computer, and it's not good. Laser Baker's got all the gadgets.
He does.
Put them on if you got them.
Two outs, man at first. Braves down 2. Strike to Conrad.
Good assortment of umbrellas at the ballpark.
If you're baiting me, I'm not going to do it.
You're not even going to go, are you?
Wow, that one right there. Sir, that's a fine umbrella you have there.
Yeah. Matching the raincoat.
All right, here's one for you. I don't know why I notice this type of stuff, but now the thing that's nagging at me in a 3-1 game in the bottom of the 4th, Brooks Conrad. Every at bat that he's taken that I've watched has been without batting gloves so far this year. And drives this one to left. Ibanez towards the corner. He's got it, and that's the inning. Why is he wearing batting gloves now?
Rain, grip, bat
That's your
control.
answer. Thank you. out. And fresh off his appearance on The Late Show with David Letterman, batting stance guy joins our coverage of the Braves. Here's a new feature called Guess the Stance. Let's check out and see if you can name the big leaguer. Stay tuned to the post-game show and Braves Live for the answer. Oh, I have that one. I'm all over that one.
Do you?
Yeah.
I didn't see that. I didn't pick up anything there. I don't know how much longer they can let this mist go on, though. Field's beginning to glisten a little bit.
Well, the kids don't seem to mind, Joe.
It was dance cam, though. They were all performing.
Well, the Phillies know all about a glistening field and dreadful conditions. They won the World Series, and Game 5 playing a two-part game. That one is whistled past Prado into the corner. Rollins on the muddy track, and he'll stop at second. The conditions for Game 5 of the World Series, the first edition of Game 5 of the World Series, were some of the most ridiculous conditions I have ever seen a Major League game take place under.
You were there, weren't you?
Yeah.
I mean, the water was puddling up everywhere.
It was absurd.
And cold, too, wasn't it?
Very cold, yeah. Say in the low 40s.
Wow. That's a big run out there at second base. Manageable, down 3-1 to Cliff Lee, but hate to fall behind another run. And they got the heart of their order up here. Tough inning for Tommy.
Off the glove of Hansen. That's a big play as Conrad was able to gather it in. A rare instance, it would seem, where the pitcher deflecting the ball actually helped.
Yeah, and then Brooks made some great adjustments here. He's going to his left, then has to go back to the right when the ball's hit, stop, go back to his left again, keep his feet on what might be some treacherous conditions out there, and made a fine play. One, 4-3 on the out.
Now the infield will come in, and it is Chase Utley. Utley 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts. Tommy Hansen at 79 pitches. 1 out in the 5th, down 2. There's Rollins at third.
Utley just 16 for 29 with a runner at third and less than 2 outs. That's not a good percentage for a guy of his caliber. 55%.
Now that's not 16 hits and 29 at bats, right?
That's correct. That's being successful in getting the runner home 16 times in 29 opportunities.
Geico quote of the day: Raul Ibanez on Utley. He's the smartest player I've ever played with. He's got superhero spider senses. That is an awesome quote. That is a high level compliment, but a great quote.
You can see how hard it is coming down, just the splashing on the top of the Braves dugout. Utley was trying to clear the water off his helmet a minute ago to keep it from dripping off the bill.
One and two. In the air, right field. Diaz back some more, and it's off the wall. Utley to second. Utley's going to try for third, and he'll make it. An RBI triple, and it's a 4-1 game.
I've been impressed today with the way Tommy Hanson has pitched Ryan Howard inside. He doesn't like the ball inside, but Chase Utley's different. They want the pitch up. You can see David Ross up, and that's where the ball was being delivered, but he is so quick inside. He crowds the plate to try to encourage you to pitch him inside because he's got such tremendous bat speed.
You know, usually a bent arm swing does not mean good things for the hitter. And that was a bent arm swing, and he still scalded that thing.
So short, he knows how to get the barrel to the ball. Here's a different take on playing in. 3 infielders on the right side for Howard.
I like it. I think it makes sense. I don't remember the game that Brian McCann won with the infield in. This is probably a month or so ago. But they played it fairly straight up after they're going to just go ahead and walk Howard. But it doesn't make sense if you're going to play the guy at normal times with an overshift.
Yeah.
And then when you're going to play the infield and not play the overshift.
Like this move, set up a double play possibility. Braves have some action in their bullpen. Chris Medlin is throwing.
Tommy's thrown 86 pitches here this afternoon.
Boone Logan also warming up. There they are. Still raining.
Yes, it is. Worth a couple of walks, a stolen base, and he has scored a run. 4-1 Phillies. And with only 1 out, Philadelphia really trying to break this thing open. The Phillies leading the NL in runs scored, in homers, and in slugging.
Last time Tommy Hanson gave up 4 runs in a start was July 31st against the Dodgers. And this time quickly ahead of Jason Worth. Here goes the foul ball parade again.
He's good at it. They keep that stat somewhere.
Oh, I'm sure they do.
Foul balls hit.
That might have started back in the Wade Boggs era.
Yeah. Too high.
Although I think his was more one of those where they tried to measure how many times he swung and missed.
Right.
Which was rare.
I think the last time I saw it listed, I think Todd Helton was the major league leader in foul balls hit. Little dribbler.
Guys are getting soaked out there. Between Infante and Chipper out on the edge of the dirt near the outfield grass and directly behind first base, there are a couple of spots that are getting kind of shiny in the lights, which would indicate that it's getting very wet. Out around second as well.
Tough conditions for Tommy and for Cliff Lee. But the Phillies broke a 1-1 tie with 2 in the 4th. They've added another here in the 5th. And a good eye by Worth.
Let's run it full.
Yeah, he's delivered 3 really good at bats.
They've hit into fewer double plays than anybody in the National League. Worth has hit into 10.
got him. Big spot for that strikeout, his 7th.
Like he went upstairs with that one, Boog. Yep. Got it above his hands, and he couldn't level off on it.
So 2 down now. It's Raul Ibanez. It doubled his last time, knocked in a run. And the native of Miami.
Prada's going to play behind Howard. He was perfect in stolen bases until 2 nights ago. 7 for 7 until that caught stealing. So you still have to keep your eye on him.
Yeah, Howard about 30 pounds lighter than he was last year. Utley at third, Howard at first. And that one curling down the right side, but it's a foul ball.
That was a big foul ball. There are foul balls during the course of a game that don't mean much. Kind of like the fact that that one curled foul. That would have scored 2 more.
Pedro Feliz out with a towel because Ibanez dropped the bat. Got all muddied up. It's coming down now. Yeah, I don't know how much longer they can wait here, Joe.
One more pitch.
Popped up. Ross. Oh, this should be fun. David under it. He's got it. And that's the inning.
They got to get this field covered quick.
4-1 game.
2 over his last 10 games, but 0 for 2 today.
Feliz about even with the base at third. Don't see Nate try to bunt all that often.
Nobody can. He can drag bunt real well. Just doesn't use it much.
Good slider, and it's 2-1.
This game is not an official contest yet. 3 more outs. 2 more outs, rather, and it will be, as you see Medlen getting ready.
Nate gets under that one. Baco gives way to Feliz. So 2 away now. And Walker will face Martin Prado. Phillies on top 4-1. Braves are going to need to rally to win this series.
Walker spent some time in AAA with the Phillies this year and was 2-1 with 3 saves at Lehigh Valley. Had a 1.4 ERA there.
Prado gets into this one center field, but Francisco is there. He's got it, and Walker comes in and gets a 1-2-3. End of 5, and it's 4-1. What happens? Does the drill always lose?
He got slaughtered in the water.
That's just
shorted out
and muddied up. I'd go and kick the hammer. I really would. We go to the 6th. And here at Turner Field, the Phillies lead at 4-1. The sun's finally out. Long rain delay, hour and 51 minutes. And out on the mound, Bobby Cox will bring in the right-hander Chris Medlen. He's our Sherwin-Williams pitching change. 60 total innings. He's made a handful of starts on for the 33rd time. And again, a little guy, but 67 strikeouts in those 60 innings.
Has had a little trouble his last 3 or 4 outings out of the bullpen, but some of that dates back to early September. He worked 2 days ago against the Phillies, a third of an inning, gave up a hit and a walk and 2 runs.
At least 1 out of 2 with an RBI single. So Tommy Hanson goes 5 and gives up 4 runs on 7 hits. And a breaking ball is Swatted into left center field. McLouth quickly gets over and will hold him to a single. Joe, during the rain delay, talking with different people, writers, broadcasters, scouts, a number of different people brought up the idea, who's the best team in the National League right now? Thoughts?
Keeps changing, Boog.
Yeah.
There's no one dominant team, and they kind of get hot and cold. And early in the season, the Dodgers, then the Phillies, then the Cardinals. Cardinals have cooled off a little bit. If I had to be pinned down, I would probably pick the Phillies.
I think I would too. Do you think we get influenced? Because the handful of people that I talk to really lean more towards the Cardinals. Mm-hmm. Do you think we get influenced by the fact that we see this team so much?
Quite possibly. We see what kind of damage they can do offensively.
That one sliced towards left. Anderson, nice running catch. Garrett in fair ground, able to make the play. Baco retired.
Offensively, they're better than anybody else up and down the lineup. Good play by Garrett. Pitching wise in the bullpen, they're short of a couple of teams. They have all kinds of issues to deal with there, but their starting pitching's good. Not quite as good as St. Louis's top two. Wainwright and Carpenter outstanding for the Cardinals. But provided J. Happ is okay, healthy,
it's a good threesome.
It's a good threesome with Happ, Hamels, and Lee. And Joe Blanton's not too shabby either on any given day.
Rare at bat for Tyler Walker. Medlin on here after a long rain delay. And that one bunted towards third. Chipper Jones picks it up and fires over to first.
Pretty good bunt with 2 strikes. Jimmy Rollins has had a better series in these 3 games than he has all year long against Atlanta. He'd only scored 2 runs against Atlanta all year long coming into this series, but he has scored 4 runs in this series. 2 today.
He's never been a real high on base percentage guy, but even after the dreadful start and swinging it better, did he go? You bet. Bill Welke on the call. But even after getting things righted, so to speak, Joe, his on-base percentage coming into today, .291, and that's bad. I mean, you know, as a leadoff guy, you'd like it to be above league average. That's about 40 points below. So he's making a lot of outs.
And he's a switch hitter, so he's not going to get compromised, you know, trying to hit lefties when he's batting left-handed. So there ought to be somewhere in there where he can bump that up.
Still, though, steady defensively and gives them that power. Now, the one other point that is worth making that we have talked about, I think his on-base percentage, it's not the same for Jimmy Rollins as everybody else because he's got 38 doubles, 4 triples, and 19 homers. So he puts himself in scoring position a lot. Medlin gloves that. Throw to first. Rollins is out. And that's that. Phillies lead 4-1.
Train. And today it happened in the first inning. Shane Victorino trying to steal. Called out at second. He got upset. Bounced his helmet. You can see here, looks like the foot got in ahead of the tag. He had a reason for argument, but then carried that argument too far and got thrown out of the ball game in the top of the first. That's the Coors Light Freeze Cam, brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light.
So here at Turner Field, as Tyler Walker will continue. It'll be Chipper Jones, Matt Diaz, and Garrett Anderson. John Shambi, Joe Simpson with you. Chipper today, 1 out of 2, and that one scorched into center field. A line drive base hit. And Joe, it looks like Chipper's starting to feel better at the plate because the double he hit from the right side earlier was a rocket.
Much better bat speed's what I see, Boog. Fought this ball off just a little bit, but that was a bouncer back to the mound a week ago because he couldn't get around on it.
You've used the phrase throwing the top hand. That ties into the power, right?
It does, and it gets the head of the bat out there a little quicker when you're using the top hand. You're not dragging the bat through the zone. You're throwing the barrel of the bat through the zone. Had to pull his hands a little bit in on that. That's why he had to fight it off some, but that top hand came over and through nicely. He's got to Walker for a couple of runs the other night on McCann's home run. Maybe they can do the same here. Close to a 2-hour rain delay, and a ton of folks have stuck around. That's nice to see.
Diaz chases, and there's one down. Garrett today 0 for 2. Absolutely smoked one to center field his last at bat against Cliff Lee, but right on a line. And Francisco was able to put it away. Ben Francisco out there in center didn't start because Victorino was ejected. He came in. Bouncer to the right side. Utley to Rollins for one. And then Chipper takes him out. And that's all they get.
I think Rollins actually got the tag down on him. Looked like Boog. Because the throw again from Utley is a bad one. Pulls him off the bag, and Jimmy's got to tag him as he's going into the base. Good effort by the Philly shortstop here to get at least one out. Chipper was going in to break up the double play, so he wasn't going straight into the bag.
That's
no way he could anticipate the bad throw.
I mean, there's just some bad luck there because he can't know that. But, I mean, if he goes just straight into the bag, he's safe.
Right.
Because the throw was way offline. And Utley's been having some trouble throwing the ball. Not really sure what the deal is there.
I don't either.
Joe, by the way, Chipper Jones 2 hits. It's only his third multi-hit game since August 15th. So only the third time he's had more than one hit in a game since August 15th. But he's swinging the bat better pretty clearly.
Last year this time, on his way to the batting title, he was getting 3 multi-hit games a week.
Yeah. Remember, he was hitting 400 as late as the middle of June last year.
Fonte hit the ball hard his last time up off of Cliff Lee, but that was yesterday, it seems like.
Omar 0 for 2. Got the start at shortstop. Yunel Escobar's elbow barking a little bit after being plunked last night. Even with the pad on the elbow, still sore today. And ball 4. So 2 on with 2 outs, and Tyler Walker will have a chat with Paul Bacco. It'll bring David Ross to the plate, and maybe D. Ross can run into one here. 2 for 2 today. He's hit both balls hard. Line drives to left. He's got 122 at bats this year, and he's made the most of them. Done a good job defensively. Pitchers like throwing to him. He throws well, and he's funny.
Funny, yes, he is funny. That accounts for a lot.
That's right.
2 for 2 off a left-hander. That's kind of a rarity for him, hitting .211 coming in against lefties, but .280 against right-handers, and all of his homers are off right-handers.
So like you could basically say, if we were just making up our own thing, that he's a 5-tool player. He's hitting .270, so he hits for average, hits for power. He can throw, he can catch, and he's funny, replacing the speed with funny.
Mm-hmm. After he scored on that error by Daniel Murphy of the Mets the other night in the 9th inning, saw him the next day, and he was slapping his thighs, and he said, "May not look like it, boys, but these were made for speed."
Two on, 2 outs.
Walker's kind of pitching himself into some trouble here. David Ross, a good fastball hitter. He's an excellent low fastball hitter.
Hammered, but foul.
It doesn't always ring true, but anytime you see a guy that stands so straight as David and holds his hands high, typically you're going to see a guy that really likes to hit the low ball, because their hands have got to come down at some point on top of the ball, and they like to drop the barrel of the bat down on it.
guess you'd say Matt Diaz would fit into that category. Walker gets him, and the Braves leave a couple. End of 6 at Turner Field on a rainy afternoon, 4-1. Get your groove on, sir.
Yeah, get after it.
Go
buddy.
ahead. Do your thing. A reminder to join us on Sports Out tomorrow night when the Braves take on the Mets. Coverage starts at 6:30 with Braves Live. The Braves on Sports South. This is our team.
Guy looked like he had a brother named Napoleon.
Go get me a quesadilla. Francisco now against Medlin. Good changeup.
Chris needs a couple of innings just to get his feet back under him, get some confidence back.
Shane Victorino started. He singled in the first, was thrown out at second, attempting to steal, and then was thrown out of the game by Chad Fairchild for arguing. Replays appeared to show Shane Victorino to be safe. He's had some issues with that, though, this year. Involved in one of the most bizarre ejections of the season in Philly. Bouncer off the plate. Chipper waits for it to come down, unloads in time. Nice play.
Went up to get this ball so that he could get it out of his glove as his feet are getting set. Threw a one hopper to Prado, but that worked out just fine. What happened to Victorino?
In a game earlier this season, while the Phillies were on defense, he was very demonstrative in center field and ended up being ejected from center field for arguing balls and strikes by plate umpire Ed Rapuano.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Chris Medlin out of the game. With the lefties coming up, Bobby Cox makes the move to the pen. It's a 4-1 game. John Shambi, Joe Simpson with you, and the new pitcher on the hill. Bobby Cox goes to the pen. Our Sherwin-Williams pitching change for Boone Logan, the hard-throwing lefty.
Now here's an oddity for you. Boone Logan had not pitched since August 26th against San Diego until 2 nights ago, and he was called upon to pitch to Ryan Howard. He didn't record an out, didn't give up a hit, didn't walk anybody, but he hit a batter. So he's still got zeros across on his line, showing that, yeah, he was in the game, but not much happened except he hit a guy.
I know it. You feel for a guy like this. I mean, with that much rest, it's hard to be sharp.
Yeah.
And trying to get through the teeth of the Phillies' order right here.
There's nothing wrong with his arm. Mid-90s fastball.
Utley, a pair of strikeouts to go along with that triple.
And that RBI, his 10th of the year against Atlanta.
Chase Utley, a California guy drafted out of UCLA. On a bounce, Conrad flags it down. From the grass, he throws him out. Nice play by Brooks, 2 away. So Chase Utley retired. Braves down by 3 here in the top of the 7th. And now Ryan Howard, who's 0 for 2, and he's been intentionally walked.
Ryan Howard upset that he got hit the other night, probably because it hurt right on the forearm. But it's like Ron Gant and I were talking yesterday. If you're going to stand on top of the plate, that's going to come. That's part of the territory. You have to deal with it. It's being pitched inside. His numbers against lefties not very good on his splits. Like 188 against left-handers.
Yep. And he slugs .327 against southpaws. I mean, that really, though, has been a story for his career. He's been somebody that in his career you make pretty mortal when you throw a lefty out there. Good breaking ball that just missed. Here's what he is in his career. The average righties to lefties goes from 307 to 221. On base 409 to 307. And the slugging 663 to 439. And that one ripped, and just as it's out of my mouth, he rifles one into the corner. Go ahead and leave it alone.
But that's a rarity. I mean, what he just did is such a rarity. And it was a 3-1 count. They've been pitching him inside all day long. Struck him out twice. He's looking for something in. So he gets around on this one. That, you know, it was his advantage, a hitter's count. But that's a rarity against Atlanta where he pulls one and hooks it down the first base line.
Yeah, that's only his 19th extra base hit against left-handed pitching. So rare indeed.
They'll walk Worth and bring up another lefty. Again, this game is still manageable in the 7th, down by 3, and you're in the Phillies bullpen, and they've had their struggles at the end of the game especially, but you can't afford to give up any more.
I think getting down this time of year where I think it starts to get to the point where you almost need to manage a little backwards as far as when you're going to use your elite guys. That, I mean, it's 4-1. They can't score anymore. You know what I mean?
Right.
And
right.
If you manage to come back, deal with your pen then.
It's like a tournament. I'll worry about tomorrow in the tournament, but I got to win today. Yeah, your save may not come in the 9th inning today. It might come in the 7th or 8th.
Off the plate, Prado. Logan gets over, and Boone almost takes out Conrad. Let's see if he's okay. Held on to the ball. That's a nice play. Big Boone Logan gets over there in time, and the Braves get out of the inning. AT&T, the nation's fastest 3G network. AT&T, your world delivered. Back here, Turner Field, Sunday Braves, Fox Sports South. And the Braves will come up to hit here in the bottom of the 7th. Phillies leading 4-1. The 7th inning stretch on what has turned out to be a nice sunny Sunday afternoon. Boone Logan, good work getting over there. Slipped, but was able to hang on to the baseball to record the final out at the top of the 7th.
Not only did he go down hard, but he also hit Brooks Conrad. And he didn't slip on the base. He slipped, I think, trying to cut out of the way and slipped on the drying agent that's around the bag now from all the rain. Prado battled the lights to make that catch. Bag's fine, but then his left foot went out from under him and ran into Brooks. All well.
Jeff Porter checking on him.
Sergio Escalona on the pitch for the Phils. He's got a good arm. Saw him last night, an inning and a third. And no one reached against him. Struck out a batter.
Brought him up on September 9th from Double-A Reading. Was used as a reliever between Reading and Lehigh Valley 60 into third innings and recorded 14 saves. Cliff Lee started and went 4, gave up just 1 run. And Tommy Hanson went 5 for the Braves. Right now is on the hook for the loss.
Well, it'd be nice to get the leadoff man on and get something going here in the 7th.
Conrad, then the pitcher spot. Looks like it'll be Greg Norton and then Nate McLeod. Norton with a bat in the on-deck circle. So a couple of switch hitters, and then Nate. The Braves try and scrap something together here. Brooks 0 for 2, getting his 9th start of the year today. The original lineup actually had Prado at second and LaRoche at first, but Adam couldn't go because of a bad back.
Good swing. They're trying to keep the ball away from Brooks and have all day. Cliff Lee was throwing him some backdoor breaking balls. One that was very effective for a called 3rd strike in the 2nd.
Did you see that last foul ball scare the kid who was on the cell phone behind the plate?
No.
The guy back there in the yellow. Watch this.
He's still
hey, I'm on the phone. Hey, how you doing? Ah!
Get off the phone and watch a game.
Get off the phone. You. Get off the phone in the Big Bird shirt. Ball and 2 strikes on Brooks Conrad. Braves need to get the leadoff man aboard.
Could be a very profitable day, but the comeback has to take place. Marlins have already lost. Rockies are losing. Giants are losing.
Conrad down on strikes, and there's 1 away. And Greg Norton to hit. So Norton up here, he'll hit right-handed. Braves after this one will head off to New York. Derek Lowe and Pat Mish tomorrow night. 6:30 with Braves Live. It'll be Lowe, Mish, Jurgens, Figueroa, and Hudson and Pelfrey. There's D-Lowe.
Some of that appeared to be going in his mouth.
A little. On a bounce for Feliz. And Norton is out.
He's good. Pedro Feliz, one of the better fielding third basemen in the league, always ranks high in fielding percentage. That was a tough in-between hop. And just good hands saved him there.
They catch it pretty well as a team. But Rollins is steady, a rare error for him today. Utley's made himself into a good defensive player. A lot of the advanced metrics, by the way, say that Ryan Howard's having a good year defensively as Nate McLeod gets plunked by that one.
It looked like it got him right in the tailbone. And this wasn't even close to the plate. Nope, the hammy.
Charlie Manuel, the long walk out to the hill, the point to the pen. And Martin Prado's not going to get a chance to face the lefty. Instead, it'll be Clay Condrey. So a pitching change at Turner Field with 2 outs. And the Phillies on top here 4-1. And the Phillies lead at 4-1, bottom 7, 2 outs. Everybody doing a little dancing here.
Got a little Chattahoochee working with Alan Jackson. Gotta like Alan Jackson.
Little Clay Condrey down too. Sherwin-Williams pitching change. And the right-hander on for the 38th time. Phillies bullpen, by the way, 7th in the National League in terms of ERA at 4.17. It's the back end that's really been the issue.
And this guy's been hurt. He's had a couple of stints on the disabled list because of a oblique injury. Fastball, both sides of the plate, has a cutter, has a slider. High 80s, low 90s on the fastball.
Strike one to Prado is 1 out of 3. How about this guy? 18 starts at first base this year.
You can make an argument for team MVP with what he's done, how versatile he's been.
Adam LaRoche sitting it out with the bad back. What an impact he's made since being acquired.
That's close to a balk. It's got to be a slow track down there for Nate, even if he's thinking about stealing with all the drying agent they had to put on the field.
Hit hard. Oh, man. He was on the grass and speared it out of bounds. Great play, Pedro Feliz. Prado hit it hard. One more look.
Big league play right here. Saved the hit, ends the inning.
top of the 8th. As the Phillies lead this one. And our Airtran home run board. Homers for the day. Prince Fielder number 40. Ethiers hit his 31st. On the AL side, Bay, Rivera, and Junior Griffey there. Carl Crawford with number 14.
Andre Ethiers had a heck of a season, hasn't he?
Great season. And our Sherwin-Williams pitching change. Bobby Cox brings in Eric O'Flaherty.
His first appearance in the series, he worked 3 straight days against the Mets. Bobby had to get him some time off, so he has not pitched. Boone Logan's been used in this series until now. And Mike Gonzalez still battling some stiffness in his back. Hopefully he'll be available for the Mets series. What a play by this guy, though, to end the 7th. A rocket one-hopper.
Eric O'Flaherty's had a good year for the Braves this year. We've documented his ability, or at least in terms of results, the fact that he has not allowed very many extra base hits this year. And a strikeout to start the 8th.
Got Feliz to chase a bad ball here. Nice stop by David Ross to keep it in front of him. And when Ross was able to keep it in front of him, that prevented Feliz from even trying to run to first.
Eric O'Flaherty this year has faced 212 batters, and he's given up 5 extra base hits.
Very impressive.
Little flare to third, chipper slip, throw to first, and a nice play. Wow.
I'm not sure he thought that ball was going to bounce the way it did, Boog, because it had so much spin off after Baco got jammed badly. See, he was thinking it was going to come over toward foul territory with the spin, and it didn't. That was quite an adjustment. See, he's getting himself set up to maybe barehand that ball in foul territory. Good play.
There was some type of play that happened the last time they were here where Baco kind of inside outed one. I remember Chipper making faces at him. Baco was at second. Here's John Mayberry Jr.
Yeah, I think he flared one down the line.
Did you play with this guy's dad?
No, I played against him. His dad was gone from Kansas City when I got there.
That's pretty well hit. Right center field. Diaz racing. McLouth out there. It's off the wall.
I don't think either one of the outfielders got a good look at that off the bat.
It's bright out there.
Yeah, and the hitter's standing in the shadows, so you can't flip your sunglasses down because then you can't see the hitter. Ball goes up into the sunshine, and it just appeared that they were running in the right direction, but nobody got a real good jump on that. Whether they were going to catch it, I doubt that either one of them were going to get there. It was to the deepest part of right center. For Matt Diaz, more than McLouth, he's standing out there. He's got the flip down sunglasses because, again, he's having to squint to see the hitter who's in the darkness, but he's got to be ready to flip him down if the ball gets hit in the air.
Two 2-0 to Rollins. Did you use the flip downs?
Yes, that's all.
Right.
Well, we had or thought of wearing. Now he's got them down.
I'm amazed at how these guys are able to go up and hit with sunglasses on these days.
Me too.
Towards short, Infante picks it up, flips to first. Nice play. And that's the inning. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th at Turner Field, and the Phillies have a 4-1 advantage. Back here, bottom of the 8th, Turner Field. Charlie Manuel, the Phillies leading at 4-1. And our Texaco star pitching performance sequence. Joe, Phillies bullpen's done good work so far.
They really have. They came in after the rain delay. Cliff Lee had to leave after the hour and 51-minute rain delay, but so far, Walker, Escalona, and Condre, 3 innings, 1 hit, no runs, a walk, 4 strikeouts.
And here is the lanky right-hander Ryan Madsen, who will take over. Facing Chipper. Sherwin-Williams pitching change. There are the numbers for this guy. Very good fastball and an outstanding changeup. All right, now if you're managing the Phillies in the postseason, is Lidge your closer to begin the postseason?
I think he has to be. Charlie keeps saying, even through Lidge's real problems, that he is the closer. Whether Charlie believed that or not, no one knows, but he kept saying through it all that he's the guy.
Rich Doobie, the pitching coach, on the left there. Doobie was a pitching coach with the Marlins. Chipper down on strikes.
Well, let's see if it came back. Started in.
Thought it was in and down.
Yeah. Guy throws across his body big time and creates a little movement on his pitches, but I thought so too.
Chipper usually gets a little more respect than that. Matt Diaz now. I don't know that there's a good answer as far as the Phillies' pen is concerned. You know what I mean? Because it'd be real simple to say, well, let Ryan Madson close because he's been better than Lidge. I mean, again, Brad Lidge has an ERA of 7.21, and he's pitched 61 times.
Yeah, it's been horrible.
But Ryan Madson, when he's been given a chance to close, has not fared particularly well.
Brett Myers has been in 5 games as a reliever. His number is not so good either since he came back from the DL, but he's coming back from hip surgery.
Let me ask you this, though. So Lidge is your closer. If you started to run into trouble with him, would you be willing to change it as it goes? Let's say you're in the division series and he blows game 1, you lose. Game 2 he saves, but it's dicey. You lose game 3, and then in game 4 it's save time. Would you think about using Madson then?
I don't think so. I don't see Charlie Manuel doing that. I don't see him varying from, regardless of the year-long result, you got to have confidence in a guy who last year saved every game. Every one he was asked to save.
See, that's where I think I would disagree with you. I think that if he struggles, whether it's, I'm not saying you pull the plug after 1 or 2 outings, but if you're in the league championship series and he's been really dicey, I think Charlie reserves the right to say, you know what, not tonight, Brad. You got a 7 ERA. I mean, he's shown the confidence in him all year, and it hasn't done anybody any good. He's got to win the game.
But I think if he was going to do something different, he would have already done it. He used Madsen a few times, but basically called it a rest for Lidge to try to regroup. Ryan Madsen looks outstanding here today, by the way.
He looks great. But why do you have to do the same thing every game?
Why does any manager have to do the same thing? They're his closer.
Right.
They're the closer. That's what they do. He's my guy. Why does the closer only pitch in the 9th inning?
Mm-hmm. Garrett Anderson, you can hear him saying, that's bad. That's bad, he said. 4-1. Hey, can we see that? What can we see right now? Man to be unhappy with the strike zone. Chipper Jones took issue. Take a look at this one, Joe.
Yeah, this was not a good pitch. Look how low it was, and Paul Bacco, because the ball was sinking, made it look even worse. But This was not a strike, and Garrett had good reason to be upset. Chipper's was a little bit higher than this one, but it too appeared to be low and in.
Francisco pushing a bunt foul third base side.
And maybe that's why Tim Welke was a little tolerant of the complaints of Garrett Anderson and Bobby Cox and didn't do anything about it. You'd like to say, okay, turnabout's fair play. McLeod got drilled an inning or so ago, but that's not the case here. Don't want to hit the leadoff guy in front of Utley and Howard. That was purely accidental.
Utley 1 out of 4.
Earlier today, Boog, when he hit that triple, one of the things you said to me was usually when you have to pull your hands in, it doesn't make a good result. But watch what happens on this triple. Watch his hips and how they open to allow him to pull his hands in. He clears his hips right there, and he's got great leverage because of it, so that the hips are actually helping swing the bat in a way. He's got all that leverage working with his hands staying inside the baseball, that when the hips open, that cleared everything out of the way for the hands to work. And he's very good at that.
Good slider, 1-2. We're going to get a look at Brad Lidge. Out to short. They get 1 and they get 2.
We don't often get a chance to brag on Omar Infante's hands and how quick they are, but today he has really made some good plays where he's had to get rid of the ball quickly. Here's one from his knee. Real quick flip to Brooks Conrad to get Utley at first.
Made a nice play to end the 8th to take a hit from Rollins on a ball that wasn't hit all that hard. And again, Escobar out with that contusion to the left elbow. And now it's Ryan Howard, who is 1 out of 3 with a double. "41 home runs for this guy.
8 in his last 8 games against Atlanta. More than likely getting a green light here. But didn't offer.
Good pitch. See if he comes back with that.
Good slider.
Got him swinging. O'Flaherty strikes out Howard, and the inning is over. We'll go to the bottom of the 9th. Last chance for the Braves. 4-1. Braves down to their final 3 outs. Sunday Braves on Fox Sports South. And Chipper Jones, our Georgia Lottery, hitting the jackpot. He's had a couple of hits and some nice defense.
He's made a couple of good plays today, too, but he, more importantly, 2 for 4. Double and a single. Some good defense mixed in. Weird play there from Paul Bacco on a jam shot over the third base, or down the third base line. So now they'll have to try their comeback in the 9th against Lidge.
Sherwin-Williams pitching change, and here he is. Tough season for him, lots of walks. He's given up 65 hits in 53 2/3 innings. 11 home runs, and the opposition hitting an even 300 against him.
10 blown saves, you saw that. 9 games against Atlanta this year. 0-1 with 5 saves and an ERA of 7.04, consistent with his whole year. He's given up 6 runs in 7 2/3 to the Braves. Likes to throw that get over slider for a strike to right-handers to start him. Infante's 1 for 6 against him, Boog, and that one hit was a game winner here the last time they were in town. A base hit through the left side.
Infante, then it looks like Kelly Johnson, and then it would be Brooks Conrad's spot.
Guys with good numbers against him. LaRoche 4 for 6, Chipper 3 for 8, McCann 2 for 5. McCann and LaRoche still on the Braves bench. His slider is different than most. Most sliders have kind of a 3/4 angle break to it. His is more straight down, much like a split finger pitch, which when it's on is nasty.
One up and one down. Yeah, I think he's better off when he doesn't throw a slider for a strike. I think when he's at his best, he's going mainly fastball and then showing that slider that starts at the knees and then disappears out of the zone.
When he's ahead in the count, I mean, but he's got to get ahead in the count first.
Good point.
He and Madsen so far, four hitters face, 4 strikeouts.
Kelly almost got hit. Braves need base runners, down 4-1. To the right side, Howard slipped momentarily, but Lidge gets over.
If the Rockies go on and lose, the Giants go on and lose, the Marlins have already lost. Okay, you say, well, we didn't lose any ground if the Braves can't rally. But you have lost. You lost to the calendar. You lost another day. You're battling 2 opponents for the rest of the season, and one of them you lose every day, and that's the calendar.
And the Rockies are up 3-1 on the Diamondbacks in the 8th, so they've pushed ahead. I don't know whether that is Dan Haren or not that gave up the runs, but regardless, you got the Rockies and the Diamondbacks. The game that you'd think the Diamondbacks would win if they're going to win one is the one Dan Haren starts.
Right.
No, I'm with you. The calendar, the clock is ticking. It all applies.
The lights are on here, but it is very dark on the field at the moment. Some clouds have come back, and lights aren't really helping at the moment. Need base runners. Lidge wanted to know from Tim Welke if that pitch was low.
McCann would be next if Conrad can reach and extend the game. 4-1 Phillies, 2 outs, bottom 9. And Conrad does reach. By the way, the Rockies have played one more game than the Braves have, Joe. So if they win today, they'll have 12 left. The Braves will have 13 left.
Braves, by the way, Boog, 6 hits today. Only 1 since play resumed after the rain delay, and that was by Chipper. Phillies bullpen today has done a number on him.
Conrad takes off for second. No stolen base.
Base hit here, though, scores him and brings up the tying run.
Base hit right field. Here comes Conrad. He's in to score. McCann delivers, and it's 4-2. And the tying run will come to the plate.
Brad Lidge comes in. He does give up a run. McCann all over this pitch, down and in. He comes through in a pinch, and now Nate McLouth with a chance. And at least a puncher's chance here with his power. 0 for 7, though, in his career against Lidge.
Ball 1.
How many home runs has he given up this year?
11. Wow. It's a lot of homers.
11 in 53 innings.
Slider for a strike.
Phillies put 4 on the board last night in the 9th inning after the Braves were up 6-0. Maybe Atlanta can fire up a big number, big crooked number here in the 9th. Like a slider, didn't it? Or a little cutter or something. That was 88. That's a little hard for his slider, but it had a little movement on it. Utley playing deep at second base. He's a couple of steps out on the grass just to create a little more room.
McCann at first. Got him swinging. That's the ball game. Lidge closes it out, and the Phillies win it 4-2 and take 2 of 3 here in Atlanta. So the Braves, despite having won 9 of 12 in a tough spot, losing today, and the Rockies right now winning against the Diamondbacks in the 8th. The first place Phillies with a 4-2 win over the Braves. Stay